Good morning, everyone. Welcome to our council meeting. Before we start, could I please invite Councillor Tuaka to open us with a karakia, please?
Tēnā tātou. Whakataka te hau ki te uru, whakataka te hau ki te tonga, kia mākina kina ki uta, kia mātaratara ki tai. E hia ki ana te atākura, he tio, he huka, he hauhu, te hei, mauri ora.
Thank you, Councillor Tuaka. Just like to welcome councillors, staff, particularly members of the public. Thank you for coming along. And I'd also like to acknowledge members of the Dannevirke Community Board who are in attendance today. Chair Nicola, Deputy Chair Terry and Board Member Christensen. So welcome to you all and thank you for coming. Do we have any apologies for today? Appears to be none. We have not been notified of any public forum. Are there any notifications of items not on the agenda? There are none. Any declarations of conflicts of interest in relation to today's meeting? There appears to be none. Just as a reminder to councillors, if one does appear as we go through, you can raise a conflict at any time. We now move on to item 7, which is the presentation of the petition, establishment of a community board for Pahiatua. That is on page 49 of your papers.
Well, this is just that is if Jared is here to present it.
Oh, okay, and then we move on to that. So we don't have Jared here to present that, so that is fine. So now we move on to confirmation of minutes. We'll come to that petition paper shortly. So we are looking at the minutes of council for the 29th of July, beginning on page 5. Could I have someone move those? Councillor Wallace, seconded by Councillor Amboy. Is there any discussion or questions on these minutes? Councillor Erina.
Just a comment on page 16, the district-wide contestable fund urgent funding request. So that funding was for Jana Mahari, and if you didn't know, he got second in the Natural World Championships on the weekend. So we're really proud of him.
Thank you very much for that, and if we could have that acknowledged in the minutes, that would be great. Thank you, Councillor Peti-Weber. Any other questions or comments? Appears to be none, so I will move the. I will put the vote. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Is there anyone against? Motion is carried. We now move to page 21. This is the minutes of our extraordinary meeting on the 12th of August. Could I have someone move these minutes, please? Deputy Mayor Ward, seconded by Councillor Naylor. Any discussion or questions? Appears to be none. I'll put the vote. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Motion is carried. Thank you, councillors. We now move to the Explore Pahiatua minutes. If I could have someone move the Explore Pahiatua minutes. Councillor Kennedy, seconded, seconded by Councillor Corlett. Is there any questions or comments on these minutes? Councillor Naylor.
There's just one outstanding item we're waiting for a response on about there's a question about health and safety of the Carnival Park tree felling. So if we could just get an answer on that at some stage, that'd be great. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor Naylor. I am aware that that is in progress. We had some discussions about that. So thanks, Councillor Naylor. Councillor Wallace.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Just to do with the swimming pool, was there an end date there with it says the council will continue to support the trust? What is there a date that actually has been derived? Where that comes to? 29.
Yep. So no further information at this stage, but we will keep council informed.
Thank you.
Just as a a quick part, it is captured within the media release, but people will be well aware of the funding gap and council giving the Bush Aquatic Trust the time to be able to raise that gap, but there'll be updates coming soon with that.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to figure out. Is it 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, the date of the time space?
Uncertain at this stage because council hasn't made a decision, but at this stage we're giving them the space and the opportunity to see if they can raise that shortfall, but there will be further updates coming soon.
Thank you.
Any further questions or comments? Appears to be none, so I'll put the vote. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Is there anyone against? Motion is carried. Thank you, councillors. Could I just, as a request to Councillor Naylor and Councillor Johns at the next Positively Woodville meeting, could you just follow up about minutes coming through to council, please? That would be very helpful. Next up on page 32, we have the minutes of the Dannyvirk Community Board. Could I have someone move to receive those minutes? Councillor Amboy, seconded by Councillor Corlett. Before I move to any questions, just to ask the Community Board Chair if there was anything she would like to speak to. No, appears to be none. Are there any questions or comments on these minutes? Okay, I will put the vote. All those in favour, please say aye. Is there anyone against? The motion is carried. Thank you, councillors. We now move on to our decision action items, which is, just jump to the page, starts on page 43. First, could I have someone move the decision action items? Councillor Corlett, seconded by Councillor Wallace. Are there any questions? Councillor Corlett.
Thank you, Mayor Scott. Bit of a question around the earthquake-prone buildings on 43. Been getting a lot of questions about updates, if there's been anything the community would like to understand.
Through you, Chair. No updates at the moment, so we are still waiting on that bill. Parliament are into their last sitting days now. I think there's 7 sitting days left or something like that. So it's getting tight. There's been some activity in other places, but we've seen no indication yet about that progressing through.
Thank you, Karen. Are there any other questions on the decision action items? Appears to be none, so I'll put the vote. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Motion is carried. Thank you, councillors. We now move on to reports, page 49 of our agenda, which is the petition request to establish a community board in Pahiatua in the name of the Manager of Democracy Services. So I'll hand over to Ali.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We received a request with a petition to consider holding a poll to establish a community board for the community of Pahiatua. I've outlined in the report the number of signatures that were attached to that petition. The Local Government Act sets out the requirements that must be followed if a member of the community wishes to instigate a poll, or not instigate a poll, petition the council to establish a community board. There's no provision in legislation for holding a poll to establish one. The Act is quite specific about the steps that must be taken. First, the petitioner must inform us the boundaries of where this community board will cover. And so far we've only been told Pahiatua, but not, is it the township? Is it including the wider rural areas? Because we need to be able to establish the number of electors within that area that they're proposing to be covered. That hasn't happened in this case, but if we say it was just for the urban township of Pahiatua and there's, say, 2,600 people there, we would need a petition with 10% of electors that are on the electoral roll, so that would be 260 signatures to support that. And when we receive a valid petition like that, we then have to go to the Electoral Commission and check that those people that have signed with their full names and address at which they're qualified to be an elector are actually on the roll and valid to be counted. That hasn't happened in this stage. But if we did receive a petition, then a valid petition, then the next step under the Act is for Council to consider that petition and decide, yes, does it want to establish a community board as petitioned, or no, does it not? If the Council then decided no, then there is a right of appeal to the Local Government Commission, and that's the steps that need to be followed. None of that has happened in this case. We do have our representation review that we're legally required to undertake next year. That will be starting later this year with pre-engagement with the community. And one of the compulsory questions to ask the community in that review of representation is whether or not they wish to establish any new community boards or disestablish current ones. And so that is a question that will be asked of the community coming up in the next review of representation, the results of which will come into force for our 2028 election. So I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for that, Ali. Before we move to that, I'll just have someone move the recommendations through 1 through to 5. Councillor Johns, seconded by Councillor Wallace. Are there any questions for Ali? Councillor Wallace.
The thing that stood out to me through you, Mayor, are people aware of what the process is rather than wasting your time? I mean that respectively. Because obviously there's a lot of work gone into this from council.
I have corresponded with the petitioner previously on the fact that there's no requirement to hold a poll, and advised that we are doing the representation review coming up. But they decided to go ahead with their petition anyway.
No, thank you, Ali. And any member of the public is entitled to present a petition through to council. That is almost a different thing to having a petition that triggers the requirements of the Local Government Act. So we will always receive a petition if one is given to us, but Ali has made it clear that it does not trigger those requirements. Councillor Tawaka and then Councillor Johns.
Kia ora, Ms. Scott. Just to you, Ali, with the amalgamation happening, what does this mean? So should this be established, and should this even go through, what would it look like post-amalgamation?
As this council has not entered into a Head Start agreement, and then effectively we're in the backstop, the Local Government Act or the Local Electoral Act as currently written still applies. We're still required to do our representation review, just like we're still required to make a decision on the system of voting for the next elections and advertise those. There's been no regulatory relief to excuse us from following what the law currently says. And so we're still at this stage doing the requirements, expecting an election to be held in 2028.
Through you, Chair, and I suppose just to build on that, so at the point where a new council was formed, there would be an expectation that as part of that there would be consideration around representation and what that looked like, and so that would form the part of whatever that new council was.
Thank you. I'll just add a quick comment here. It also does presuppose that we will be amalgamating, and we've made no such determination or shared desire to do that. I do agree, though, it's prudent that change is certainly coming in local government, and our council's been clear that we welcome change in local government, that some of these things can seem out of step with the sequencing that's put in front of us, that's been raised very, very strongly with government, particularly around representation reviews and the requests for regulatory relief. So far, there has been no indication that regulatory relief will be given, particularly for councils in the backstop. So that is becoming quite an expensive challenge for councils, which is unfortunate. Councillor Johns.
Thanks, Mayor Scott. Just with regard to Ali's comment about being uncertain as to whether it was just the town or the district, one would presume that it was the district, the old Pahiatua District Council and Woodville District Council and so on. That would be the logical assumption. Would that be right?
We cannot make assumptions as to what the petitioner was thinking of when they said for a community board for the Pahiatua community. The Schedule 6 of the Act requires them to actually specify the boundaries of where that community board is to cover so that we can then calculate the population and the number of electors within that boundary.
Councillor Amboy.
Thank you, Ms. Scott. I guess I'm just curious to know whether the petitioner is aware that there is a community committee organisation that exists while he waits for the representation review. I think there could be an opportunity for him to join them, and if we haven't informed him yet, I think it would be a good opportunity too. Thanks.
The petitioner is well aware of the existence of Explore Pahiatua.
And has attended Explore Pahiatua meetings in the past. Deputy Mayor Wards and then Councillor Kennedy.
Thanks, Your Worship. It's unfortunate that Mr Gardner isn't here to speak, but in indicating his intent to put this forward, Ali, was there a catalyst for, has there been rumblings in Pahiatua around representation, or have we got a sense of any dissatisfaction with the current setup?
Probably one I might be able to answer, being aware of the petitioner's strong preference and also the effectiveness of Explore Pahiatua. There is certainly a desire, and a fairly long-standing desire from Mr Gardner to move to an elected community board setting, which of course he's very entitled to that view. This has been going on from the last term into this term with discussions over the structure that we have, how our representation review systems work, and how potentially petitioning works. Throughout the community, I certainly am not aware of a strong desire. The only discussions that I've had in relation to community boards in Pahiatua has been with the petitioner. That's not to say others don't share the view. Clearly, others have signed the petition, but it certainly hasn't come to my attention. Councillor Kennedy.
So I've had my question mostly answered by you now, Ms Scott, but just in regards to what Alison was saying too, Mr Garner has been more than welcome to attend Explore Pahiatua on several occasions and hasn't turned up to the, when I've been there on the meetings. But maybe also establish what benefit it would be to have a board, a community, as opposed to Explore Pahiatua, and maybe not understanding the differences and the similarities for this petitioner.
I think from the discussions that I've had, the differences are understood, that the petitioner has a different strong preference, and he's certainly entitled to that view. Any further questions or comments? I'll just make a very quick comment. I've covered some of that just in the questions discussion. I certainly respect Mr Gardner's view, and there is an appropriate mechanism for that, to test that within our community with a representation review. I am disappointed that we have to do a representation review in light of uncertainty in local government. It's quite an expense on our ratepayers, but be that as it may, that will be available. I do see Explore Pahiatua working well, but the makeup of our devolved community groups and community committees, in my opinion, are matters for the local community. So we received that. It's not sufficient to trigger a formal process under the Local Government Act, but we do note that through the recommendations. This report has been moved and seconded, so I'll put the vote. All those in favour, please say aye. Anyone against? The motion is carried. Thank you, councillors. We now move to page 55, item 11.2, which is the Dannyvirk Deer Park Management Proposal. And although I acknowledged members of the community earlier, I would just also like to acknowledge the community group that have been working with council in relation to this report. So welcome Fontaine to the table. Is this...
Just noting on the option 1, it's got 1.1 or option 2, 2.1. Is that correct?
We'll get to that when we get to the
okay.
motions. Thank you, Councillor Naylor. I'll hand over to Fontaine.
Good morning. Thank you, Ms. Scott, councillors. This morning we have with us, sitting in the back there, members from Our Place Dannyvirk, Tracy Winther, Trevor Moore and Brendan Hullo. Councillors will recall that Council resolved in April this year to decommission the deer park at the Dannyvirk Domain due to the signalled retirement of long-serving deer handler Pukinatai, the future infrastructure investment required, and the specialist resourcing needed to meet animal welfare and NAIC compliance obligations. Following that decision, the community response emerged, which has led to the proposal before you from Our Place Dannyvirk, a registered incorporated society established to connect people, places and possibilities through community-led initiatives. Since 2024, the group has successfully delivered projects including the Dannyvirk Discovery Garden, the Marakai Food Garden and the Creator Space, demonstrating a strong commitment to community development through volunteer efforts and partnership. The proposal before Council today is not simply about retaining deer. It is a community-led proposal that seeks to retain a long-standing local amenity while reducing the burden on ratepayers by transferring day-to-day animal management and operational responsibilities to the society, with Council retaining ownership and strategic oversight of the reserve. The proposal aligns strongly with Council's reserve management plan objectives, which encourage community participation, stewardship and partnership in the management of public reserves. Importantly, the Society has already taken practical steps to demonstrate its commitment. It has incorporated formally, undertaken community engagement, assembled a committee with relevant skills and experience, confirmed it will obtain its own NAIC registration for the caretaking of the animals down there, and indicated a dedicated deer handler, which I have formally confirmed, and secured offers of volunteer labour, sponsorship and trade support to meet operational needs. Officers acknowledge that there remain legal, governance and compliance matters to work through before any long-term arrangement can be finalised. However, what is before Council today is a genuine and generous offer from members of our community who have stepped forward with a desire to preserve a local asset for future generations and who have demonstrated a willingness to contribute both their time and resources to achieve that outcome. This proposal does not constrain future development or enhancement of the reserve. Rather, it provides a practical mechanism to support and enable future improvements. Today's decision is therefore not about revisiting the reasons behind the original decommissioning decision. Rather, it is about determining whether the community-led solution now presented provides a pathway to achieve the direction sought by Council, a sustainable, compliant and low-cost model that enables the deer park to continue serving the people of Tararua. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Fontaine. I would also, just before we jump into questions, I'd like to acknowledge the work and the time that you've put into not just this proposal, but all of the information within it. And I would also like to acknowledge Our Place Dannyverk, thank them for all of the work behind the scenes that they've put in, and for the direct discussions that I've had with that group, so thank you. We are going to move into questions first, and this will be strictly questions for a start, and then we will move on to any discussion following the questions. So, are there any questions for the report for Fontaine? Deputy Mayor Wards.
Just to kick us off, thank you, Your Worship. Great piece of work, and I concur with the Mayor. In the proposal, there is an indication that the group is asking for annual funding. In 5.1.4, for instance, annual funding towards the statutory and public liability insurance associated with the deer park. Do we have an estimate of what that figure might look like?
Not at this stage, sorry. It is something that we're proposing that should council select one of the options to negotiate and work through that we would work through that process with them and make sure that we can check in with our finance team and our legal team. It is a process it was a discussion that was had with Our Place Dannyverk and a couple of the meetings that I had, and the most recent one which talked about the report while it was in draft before coming to council. So they are aware that there needs to be some further work done around what that would look like.
No, thank you for that. And I just have a quick question, then I'll go to Councillor Amboy, then Councillor Wallace. And I'll read out the motions when we get to that, just for the avoidance of any doubt. So we'll have the words read out. But currently, as it's written at 3.2, it talks about approving in principle. And so I understand in your answer to the Deputy Mayor that at this point we're not 100% sure throughout that process. I'm just trying to understand procedurally where that will leave us and Our Place Dannyverk if we chose that option. Would that require another decision to come back to this table for formal approval, or how's that envisioned to work, Fontaine?
I would envision that would be an operational process. So we want to line up with any other agreements so that there's that consistency with other community groups or organisations that council is working with. So that's sort of how I envisage that looking.
Thank you. I think just for certainty for Our Place Dannyverk operationally and also for members of the community, I wasn't keen for it to have to go away and then come back for a formal decision. So that helps me clarify that. Councillor Amboy.
Thank you, Ms. Scott, and thank you, Fontaine, for all the work that you've put into this. It's really helpful to understand how much you care about this. I also want to thank the community members present who are banding together to find a viable option to get this up and running again. But I guess I'm just thinking long term, and I'm genuinely curious to understand this. But if we approve this proposal, and in future, if OPD is unable to meet any particular conditions now or at some point during the licence period, what is council's exit mechanism and what financial or operational liability would fall back on council? It's quite broad, so if you have the information available, that would be good. Thank you.
So my expectation is that through the development of the lease to occupy agreement and the review with our legal team and finance, that those things would be ironed out. So there would need to be a discussion with further discussions that need to be had, so we can't preempt the decision that council's going to make. So that's another discussion that we need to have in building that agreement with our place Dennywerk and making sure that they are actually comfortable. They have indicated that they feel strongly about making sure that they have the volunteer groups and the support behind them. The engagements that they have already undertaken with the community signals that. We also, can't determine, like any organisation, where that might land. We did have discussions about the length of time that they were proposing, being the 10 years. Part of that reason was to support the desire from sponsors, volunteers and support that they'd already collected, and making sure that it wasn't just going to be a 12-month contribution, that there was some sustainability in that, hence the term. There is a discussion about having review at the 4-year mark and the 7-year mark as well, to make sure that if there was to be the likelihood that the committee was unable to maintain volunteers, then it gives council a good indication and a heads up that another solution might need to be found.
Thank you, Mayor Scott. Congratulations on the work you've done on this. Great paper, and also to our place, Dannyville. Just on the flip side of what Councillor Wards was saying, has the insurance, public liability insurance, in the history of the deer park ever been triggered?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
No.
That was discussed at the at a risk and audit site meeting as well when we went to the deer park.
And that's why I'm mentioning it, because just to put it in perspective, it's not like it's been triggered every 5 years or whatever, you know what I mean? So it's not a burden. So I think the work in which the way it is, but I respect, the costs, because we're always talking about costs, but I can, really think the homework has been done. And so that's nice to know that that insurance has never ever been triggered. Thank you.
Councillor Naylor.
Yeah, so coming back to the cost of the insurance, it would be, I know public liability insurance doesn't tend to be terribly expensive, but I was just wondering what the cost for council will be if we didn't go with any of the proposals, i.e. we're going to have to decommission the deer park, and what the offset would be against the insurance cost, because it seems to me it's probably cheaper to pay the insurance cost than decommission the park. So that was just my question is, have we had any cost on what it would cost to decommission the deer park?
I think in a way you have partially answered your own question. It was very well put, because I entirely agree with that. But Fontaine, I'm not expecting you necessarily to have all the information, but do you have a comment to that question of the costs that may be present to council should we decide to continue with the decommissioning?
There would be a cost to council with regards to what we do with the deer. So there'll be a transport cost, and whether there has been offers from other councils that have parks that would take them, but that would still require some costs. There's going to be, what do we do with that space there and maintaining it so that it's still presentable and usable for the community. Working alongside our place, Dennywerk, and through the discussions that we have had, there is great intention of how the contribution to that the committee or the society will make to the deer park, and how that will flow on into the reserve itself. You're right in that the decommissioning would definitely cost a lot more. So it will, if we even just look at mowing that space there and adding that through. That's an ongoing continual cost, whereas if it's being maintained through the deer park currently and then through further discussions with our community and what else they want down there, how else they want to be using that space, then we can develop it further, but in a more staged approach rather than, yeah.
Thank you very much, Fontaine. Any further questions? We'll move to comments in a second. No, thank you for the questions. So we'll move now to comments. If anyone would like to make a comment about this, as per usual, it'll be one comment per councillor. So Deputy Mayor Wards, we'll start with you.
Thanks, Your Worship. Thank you, Fontaine, for indicating the commitment I believe council should be making long term to having community-led initiatives and voluntary work to make our community still great. And I believe that this is the context to which our place have approached us, so I'm very much supportive of that. I'm a little concerned there are still some gaps and issues that in my mind haven't been clarified enough for me to fully support one of the motions there regarding getting on with it. So I'm keen to see continued work and ensuring that long term there isn't additional costs to council around the operating and annual costs. I need more clarification on that one, but great piece of work. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Wards, could I just clarify that you would be looking to support, as currently written, 3.2, the agreement in principle? Thank you. Are there any... Oh, did you have a comment, Fontaine?
I just would like to make a comment to Councillor Wards. With regards to sustainability, within the proposal it talks about permitting our place Dannyvert to start a breeding program, and that's where we see that they may be able to sustain that operation through their volunteers as well, having that dedicated deer handler as well to drive that program. We sort of envisaged that that's probably how they will get around, but it's important that for council and our obligations, because you can't shift that the premiums for insurance cover for public liability is always sustained, and I think that's one way that council can contribute and should contribute. Thank you.
Well said, Fontaine. Thank you. Are there any further comments? Councillor Amboy.
Thank you, Mayor Scott. Thanks again, Fontaine. I guess I've just got one comment. And just going back at our last council meeting in April, I supported the decommissioning of the deer park because at the end of the day, we have the responsibility to spend ratepayers' money wisely, and with significant costs required just to maintain it, it simply wasn't sustainable long term, especially if we think about affordability and what is considered a nice to have, in particular with a future rates capping environment. So with that being said though, I'm really encouraged to see the community stepping forward and finding a way to keep it going under a volunteer model. I've seen community projects like this in the past, and it does work under the right settings and with the right people. So I do support 3.2 and approving the proposal, but with legal and financial implications being addressed to protect both council and our place, Dannyvert. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Amboy. Councillor Wallace.
Thank you, Mayor Scott. Yeah, I'll just congratulate, as I said before, the shows what people can do if they want to get in behind something. To be fair, when we've had this paper first put to us, back at that, from the information, we only make decisions on the information that were given to us at the time, and those figures just didn't help the ratepayers. So from this idea And again, I congratulate the group of people that, and I think I can say with hand on heart that those people will not let us down. They're very passionate about this. And I'm looking forward to taking my grandkids down there to see, as I did when I was a kid. It's a real asset for our Dannevirke. And who knows, we might even get the boats going again. I'm looking at the Lions members in town. And this is all positive, and it comes back to one fact. People can do things. People can move mountains. So, yes, I will be in support.
Thank you very much, Councillor Wallace. I'll go Councillor Naylor, then Councillor Tawaka.
Yeah, when I read through the paper last night, I was firmly in the camp of looking at the defer the commissioning and shorter term agreement. But having listened to your comments and stuff today, I've now moved back to 3.2, and I think you've given me assurance that these things can be worked out. But what I also want to affirm is that we are a can-do council, and this is exactly something that the community's come back, and so I feel as a can-do council we should be fully supporting your efforts. So thank you.
Here, Councillor Tawaka.
I agree with what most of the fellow councillors have said. I just wanted to acknowledge your values that are shared in this report, which are whanaungatanga, manaakitanga, kotahitanga, and kaitiakitanga. And I believe that, if you as a committee uphold those values to their fullest, I have 100% faith in this project. So, tēnā koutou.
Thank you. I've just got a comment from the Chief Executive and then Councillor Johns.
Through you, Chair. So just to add a point around the health and safety, and apologies, so the report's under my name and I signed off on this. We will want to do a bit more exploration in the health and safety space, just to make sure that we're solid on where the PCBU sits. So one of the options obviously allows for that exploration and sorting that out, but just wanted to make sure that council had that corrected for their record, so they understand that it'll be part of the consideration that we need to do as well.
Very wise to mention, considering you are the PCBU, Corin, so I think it is very helpful to make sure that we have that included in there. Councillor Johns.
Thanks, Mayor Scott. Just concurring with the others and their comments, but keep referring to 3.2. It's actually option 3 in its entirety, not just 3.2. Just want to make that clarification.
Thank you for the clarification. I agree. I just want to make a quick couple of comments here as well. Just adding further acknowledgement for all the work that everyone has put into this. I've learnt a lot through this process personally, to ensure that we are on point with our consultation when we're making decisions. And I think that that's important as a council when we don't quite get things right, that it's not about digging our toes in, it's about actually working to find a solution with our communities. So I'd like to once again thank Our Place Dannevirke for the respectful way that they raised that, the grace, even though there was some significant disappointment at the start, but the constructive way that they came together to find a solution. Just endorsing Councillor Naylor's view, that is what I believe that this council should be about. If our community are finding different ways of delivering things and doing things, that we have an open mind and we look at them. Sure, we need to make sure that we're protecting risk and we're protecting the ratepayers, but we find ways to be able to enable our communities to do great things, and this is an example of that. An acknowledgement to staff for proactively working along those lines as well. The Deputy Mayor referenced this in her comments of wanting to see more of these things happening. In the news last night, and I watched the announcement as it came through with rates capping being imminent. Rates capping cannot just mean that our communities degrade because we can't do things. It means that we're going to have to find more creative ways to deliver the things that our communities want, and that will be working with our communities and volunteers to allow that to happen. And this is a really good testament to that happening, a financial decision being made, the community saying, no, this is important to us and we want to find a solution. So I will be also supporting option 3 because I do want to make sure that operationally we have all of the information that we have, but it certainly has my strong endorsement. So thank you again, team. Were there any further comments before we put the vote? We need to get a mover and a seconder. I think option 3 was what came across quite strongly, and I have a hand going up very, very quickly with Councillor Wallace, so I will get him to move that. So option 3 covers a 3.1, which will be rescinding the motion that Council made on the 29th of April. 3.2, and I'm just going to read this out to make sure that we're all clear as to the motion. So the last motion will be rescinded. 3.2, that the Tararua District Council makes the following motion in its place. That the Tararua District Council approves the proposal from Our Place Dannyverk Incorporated in principle, subject to a formal licence, legal review and confirmation of the level of Council's annual insurance funding contribution being finalised within 3 months. And 3.3, that the facilities manager be authorised to negotiate a licence to occupy with Our Place Dannyverk Incorporated Society in consultation with Council's legal advisors for approval by the General Manager Operations. So we have a mover and a seconder. Any further? Oh, sorry, a seconder was Councillor Amboy. No further comments? I'll put the vote. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Is there anyone against? Motion carried unanimously. Thank you all very much. And once again, thank you very much. This is a very good outcome for our community, so thank you. Okay, we might just take a quick 10-minute recess. So we will just take 10 minutes and then head back just so we can pop over and in person congratulate the team. Welcome back, everyone. We now move to item 11.3 on our agenda, page 67. And we have got Alana to come up to the table, please.
Thank you, Mayor Scott. Yeah. Thank you, Mayor Scott and councillors. Today, both Blair and I bring the renaming of Ormaville Te Uri Road report to you. This report seeks approval to rename Ormaville Te Uri Road to its historical name, Waikapedo Road, to improve road name distinction and reduce confusion with the adjoining Te Uri Road. The recommendation is outlined in the report.
Very good. Thank you very much, Alana. We'll start with questions before we move the motion. Councillor Wallace. We'll hold comments. We'll just do questions first. Councillor Naylor.
Just the one question. Have we got any other I can't even say it correctly, Waikapedo roads in the district at all?
No, and there's only 2 others nationwide. So no naming conflicts, which is good.
Thank you. Councillor Amboy.
Thank you, Ms. Scott, and thank you for this report. It's very detailed. And thank you for sharing how much it costs to replace each sign within the report. It is good to know that will be done under existing budgets, but I'm just curious to know if you know the full cost, which includes staff time, system changes, agency notifications, etc. Not exactly. But the cost of the road sign also includes installation of putting the sign up as well. Do we know what's the expected timeframe to implement these changes? Do we know of that yet? I believe 1 to 2 months will be good, and that way we can smoothly have the transition and make sure that all the agencies are updated correctly and that residents aren't really shocked. So it's as smooth as possible for them.
Thank you. Any further questions on the report? If not, before we move on to comments, is anyone willing to move the recommendations as written? Councillor Wallace definitely would want to do that, and seconded by Councillor Corlett. I'd now like to invite Councillor Wallace to make a comment.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Scott. The comment is, as you know, my area during Anzac Day is out through Whitukura. The principle and the reason this was, it's been on the table for many a year, is to do with saving lives. And it's to do with, as you can read in the report, and this, Mr. Chadwick, and I don't mind mentioning his name, he was very concerned. He's a local and a very distinguished farmer out there amongst all the farmers out there, past and present. So this is really great to hear, because when it comes to cost, life is paramount, you know. So now we're not going to have that problem. And so it's with good heart, because as I said, it was 3 years ago when this first started coming through, and I would just like to make sure that finish with a comment that yes, we can do, and we do get there in the end. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wallace. Councillor Corlett.
Thank you, Mayor Scott, and thank you for the report. It really does show, a good change that needs to happen. As a first responder, it's challenging to find locations at the best of time. Most calls don't happen during the day when it's sunny. It's usually at someone's worst moment in their life. So trying to make it easier for any first responder to find a location, just the simple thing of having a name that's slightly similar can make a very big difference, because even in a lot of these remote locations, we do not have comms. We cannot get in touch with anyone to find the right location if we're there. We're hoping that someone's on the side of the road if we can't locate them. So it is really quite challenging. So it's good to see, and I really do support this type of change where it's well thought out. So thank you very much to everyone.
Thank you very much, Councillor Corlett. Councillor Petty-Weber.
Thank you, Mayor Scott, and thank you, Alana, for the report. It was great to see that there's been no feedback against it, so thinking that everyone in the area's for it. And the name, I had to have a little bit of a laugh about the name, about it foul-smelling waters. And my father used to say waipiro, which means beer, so it's not too much difference to beer in the Ormonville area. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Petty-Weber. Councillor Tuaka.
Tēnā kōrua. I think the name is cool. I didn't know that about that specific area, so I think that it shares a really cool story and a way to keep the rich history of both iwi that reside here. So I really appreciate that aspect of the mahi and that you've included the story in this kōrero, so we know exactly what we're talking about and which road and area we're referring to when we say Waikopiro. So kia ora.
Thank you, Councillor Tuaka. Any further comments? I'll just make a quick one. Thank you very much for that. Thank you for the consultation and demonstrating the level that you went to before proposing the name. 100% agree with colleagues that the primary reason that this should be non-controversial is to help our first responders or emergency management, knowing that the community, from what's been demonstrated here, supports that is also very important. So we have a mover and a seconder for this motion. So I'll put the vote. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Is anyone against? Motion is carried. Thank you, councillors. Thank you very much, team. Appreciate that. Well done. We now move to page 77. This is a report on the Community Voice Survey 2026. So welcome Carter to the table.
Thank you, Your Worship. Good morning, everyone. The report on the Community Voice Survey recommends, the recommendations for this report is to be received, and I will take the report as read. However, I would like to just highlight a couple of things for your information and also just briefly talk about the background behind the survey. So the performance measures as stated on the LTP are measured through a survey that goes out to the community. Previously, the community was done in 3 waves, that is 3 times per year. The current community survey is an annual survey, so there was a change in the frequency of the survey. And the survey generally just measures the satisfaction with our services, resources, and our facilities. What I would like to highlight really is the change from the previous methodology to the current one. So previously 3 waves in a year and through a different provider, and questions were rated differently from the current survey. So the change was primarily between a range of 1 to 10 to 1 to 5. So really the key message here is not to compare the current results to the previous results because of the change in methodology. So the change was necessary because the previous survey was fairly long and there was no logic behind the questions. The previous survey also used the electoral roll, so we had a sample, a representative sample. The current survey was a self-selected sample, and the survey was published online, so anyone within the Tararua district could participate in the survey. In terms of responses, so we had 121 responses, which is equivalent to 1 wave of the previous methodology. And we had about 63 responses that were not submitted. So the results are just based on the submissions only, which is 121. There are some really good positive results, the satisfaction with the quality of life, for example, and driving on the district roads and so forth. And there are also some areas for improvements, as you see in the report. So again, I would like to emphasize that we cannot directly compare the previous results to the current ones because of the changes in the methodology. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Carter. We'll start with any questions for Carter before comments. Councillor Amboy.
Thank you, Ms. Scott, and thank you, Carter, for this report. It was very well read and a lot of information to digest. I guess I'm just trying to understand how this looks with regarding the budget challenge. So how does the Community Voices survey feed into that? Because we've come out of two big, the budget challenge and now this really big information data from the community. And so I'm just really interested to hear what you think about how we're going to bring all this data together so it's not two massive documents that are being separated, especially when all of those results are quite similar to each other. So yeah, curious to understand how that would influence further decision making and bridge any data gaps between those two massive documents. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Through you, Mascot. We are taking the whole as a package, so we're not really treating them in silos. So we're looking at the results from the budget challenge, we will look at the results from the consultation number 2 and pre-consultation number 2, and we are also aligning those with the community voice survey. So for instance, any comment on a particular service or facility will be taken into consideration in terms of how we are going to engage, whether through the pre-engagement number 2 or whether through the consultation, is really making sure that we connect between the community survey, because there is no point going back to the community with the same questions and disregarding what's been said in the past. A practical, in practice, how that's done is, so the pre-engagement survey number 2 and the consultation will refer to what the community have said previously, and we will explicitly include any previous comments or any previous sentiments or satisfaction results that have already been through the first stages of the engagements.
Thank you, Carter. A question from Councillor Johns and Councillor Naylor, and then Councillor Kennedy.
Thanks, Mayor Scott. No, thanks, Carter. Just one query. The change in system, instead of using the electoral roll, which is random, and opening it up to people to comment, might suggest, and I ask this as a question, or do you think, should I rephrase that because people don't normally comment on council unless they've got something to moan about, that there might be a heavy bias toward those with negative aspects toward council for one thing or another?
Thank you, Councillor. Through you, Mascot. Absolutely. We have learned quite a lot from this process, and we need to be more inclusive, and we need to have a better representation of our community. And you are absolutely right. There could be a bias in responses. So I suppose that's just something it is something we are very conscious of, and that we will seek to improve in the future survey. So more inclusive recruitment of respondents, and more weighting of our responses that we receive, and further improvements like that. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Carter. Councillor Naylor.
Yeah, so I noticed that most of the questions had at least one very dissatisfied, and I wondered whether you'd done a tally on each of the respondents and whether there was just one respondent who went through and was very dissatisfied on everything. And by the same token, there could be someone that was very satisfied, who was a relation of somebody on council who wanted to do, make it very, so I don't want to say it's just one way or the other, but the question is, did we tally up a sum for each respondent? And if we did, could we remove those two extremes from either end?
Thank you, Councillor. Through you, Mayor Scott. Yes, we did tally up. So from a percentage and number of respondents to each question. So the whole sample was fairly small, really, to be able to do much with it. It's just an indicative at this stage. To remove the extremes, again, it's just it's just for the future surveys and how we can, again, just make sure that we have a good weighting. We weight, all our responses against each other. And yes, so we haven't considered that in this survey, but that's something we are very conscious about as a learning from really what, the responses that we had in the current survey.
Thank you, Carter. I've got Councillor Kennedy, then Corlett, then Wards.
Thank you, Carter. Hey, I've just got a question in regards to page 120 and the amount of dissatisfaction with the building consent process. And I know the sample was small, but I'm just wondering if there's any sort of, because 67% still looks high, and is there any sort of reason why people are finding that process really difficult and dissatisfying?
Thank you, Councillor. Through you, Mayor Scott. Is it question 65?
Yeah, page
64.
Yeah, 64.
So with each question, we had some comments, with the questions, and we could look at I'll have to get back to you about the underlying comments for that particular question, and to really understand or report what was the theme. So I'll have to get back to you on that one. Thank you.
Chief Executive has a comment.
Through you, Chair. So we very deliberately don't have the comments in here in a public forum. So I'd be hesitant for us to start talking in detail about that. It is always an interesting tension in the consent space, because we know that it is a relationship that most people don't want to have with council. So that's always going to be part of the dynamic. And I guess the other bit for us, and just kind of reinforcing what Carter was saying, like right through this, there's valuable information in this for us, but we are also dealing with very small sample sizes. So that piece we have to weigh up. But what we will be doing, absolutely, from this is looking at what this tells us alongside what has come through the budget challenge, what is coming from a number of different data sources, to prompt us to then think about where are the pieces of the business where we need to focus. And I would say even the pieces of the business where we get good scores, libraries, good example, there's always stuff we can do better in that space as well. So we shouldn't also rest on our laurels just by the fact that we get good results in some areas.
Thank you, Corin. Councillor Corlett.
Thank you, Mayor Scott. And this may have been just partially answered, but around item on page 79, 5.5, the most significant matter being that complaint handling with 62% of people who contacted council were not happy with the result or did not get a response. I think it's from talking with the community, it has been something that I've heard a lot, where people put in a comment, people say they'll get called back, but they don't. Where this issue lies, I think, is there a plan in place to take that and really build on the communication plan further.
Thank you, Councillor. Through you, Mascot. Yes, in a couple of ways, really. So the first one is all the comments for each time a community member indicates that they are not satisfied, they get presented with a comment box, so they get the opportunity to comment. All of those comments have gone back to the activity managers to consider and provide a response to. The second way, really, of dealing with this is that in the new LCP, through the new performance measures, is we are addressing the customer service deliberately, and we are really trying to make sure that we measure precisely what you just described. So, thank you.
Thank you, Carter. Deputy Mayor Watts.
To be fair, Your Worship, my question's been answered. I just have comments when we get to that section. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Johns.
Thank you, Mayor Scott. Thanks, Carter. With reference to page 83 and building consent service, can you tell me that during the period of the survey, we were dealing with contractors, or contractors were providing a service for us, or was it staff?
Through you, Your Worship, and Councillor, good morning, everybody. So the building team use a mixture of consultants and contractors to do different parts of the business, so it really depends on which part of that process we're talking about. Part of the processing, the physical, taking the paperwork, lodging it, is done with consultants, or a contractor in this case, just to support the team. So there's a mixture. Hopefully that answers your question.
Thank you, Hamish. Councillor Wallace.
Yeah, thank you. Going back one step to what you just said, this new process, right? Are you going to let us know monthly about the resolves? Because we never have an end time, you know? We've got a new process, like this was to do specifically with that measure of getting an answer, or, and in this case, so what I'm trying to ask is, what is the period of time, this new measure, right? Because obviously you get a complaint or you get something that goes into the system, or does it go into the abyss, right? I think it goes into the system, and it's probably just the point that the communication is not fed back, and that, of course, makes us look. So what is the process, please?
Thank you, Councillor. Through you, Mascot. I guess the trickiest thing is that the survey at the moment is an annual survey, so that's when we measure against the performance measures. So for us to do it monthly, we'll have to be collecting the data to be able to report on a monthly basis. So I guess that's the could be done. There are risks to bear in mind, and that's the monthly, going out to the community monthly to measure the satisfaction with the services could be excessive with everything else that's going on. We could, there are other ways of measuring the services through different methods, not just but that's the formal way of us measuring against the performance measures in the LTP.
Thank you, Carter. I've got a comment from the Chief Executive.
Thank you, through you, Chair. And just also a point of clarity, were you asking action from the information on this survey, or us going out to the community again? And then I'll answer based on what you tell me.
Neither. I'm asking, the process has been changed. We've got a new process. I'm asking, when the process is in process, where do they get their answer? We don't, I know it's a survey, but we're trying to change our way through this process. So is the process must be better than, otherwise you do the same thing on the same day, get the same result.
So just to put it clarity, so the process we're talking about is what?
Dealing specifically with what Councillor Corlett was saying, communication, coming back.
Right, so it's, apologies, I was just trying to understand which piece you were asking about. So this is in relation to CRMs in particular, and things being put in, and the information that we received, not only through this report, but ongoing, around community frustration with not hearing back on those. So we've got a number of things in play there. So I know the customer team are looking in that space in terms of how we do that. We've also had conversations with the Alliance, because a lot of those, a lot of our CRMs are in the transport space. And to do with roading, etc. So there's a number of things we're doing to make sure that we improve what's happening in that space. So we will keep you informed on that. So I don't think there is an end date, to be honest. I think this is a continuous improvement piece, right? So what we want to do is move the dial from where it is now and get to a point where we're confident that people are getting responses to CRMs, or being very clear with them if they're not getting a response, why. And I'll give you an example of that, because we used to go through this in Marston a lot. So if somebody puts a CRM in about a car abandoned on the side of the road, if the car's gone, the argument is you don't actually need to go back to them and say the car's gone, because they can see that. But a lot of CRMs aren't like that, right? So they're potholes or things like that, where you actually need to be able to go back and say, yes, we've got it, and this will be dealt to, or this, in all honesty, this won't be dealt to for another 3 or 4 months because of X, Y, and Z. And that's part of the frustration that I hear, is some of that clarity, not only on is the thing going to be dealt with, but when is it going to be dealt with. So for me, that's a continuous improvement piece, and more than happy through our various reporting mechanisms that come up through committees to keep on talking about that and moving that dial to get to, I think, the place that you want us to be.
Thanks, Corin. Just before, we've still got a few in the queue, and I'll mention this when we move on to comments, but to stop us getting down into the weeds with this one, although we do need to get down in the weeds, it's just this is probably not the right format. I will be adding a motion to the recommendations to be referring this report to the Performance and Monitoring Committee, which will also be a forum to discuss some of the results, but also be a place to be able to work through with Carter and her team how this might continue to play out. So that will be the place that we will get into the weeds and into the detail for that, which is really important. So I just wanted to put that there. Councillor Naylor.
Delighted to hear that. I think that's the right place for it. And I went through and I had circled a whole raft of things that I thought, sorry, yes, I'll get to the question. And I had, but I thought, no, that's not the right spot to do it. My question is, when we get to the point of being able to respond to the things, can we look at implementing a Net Promoter Score or something as a result of the end of the CRM?
Mr. Deputy Chair of the Performance and Monitoring Committee, I will leave that for that to be discussed at that committee. We have got Councillor Corlett.
Yeah, thank you. A little bit of clarification, a little bit on to what you were talking to, Corin. It isn't just about CRMs, it was also about other workflows where people contact council to get jobs done and other things. So it relates to a bigger piece than just the CRM responding. More, there's other pieces of work that don't get responded to correctly or quickly enough, or any response at all?
Through you, Chair, that should be a SARM. If you want an engagement with council and you want to make sure that you get a response and that's tracked through the system, it should be a SARM. Now, I think part of the problem is that we're not always good at making sure it becomes a CRM as well, but also we need to direct people to get into that process so that we don't continue to fail. So I think that's our best mechanism for holding ourselves accountable and then making sure that we respond.
Thank you very much, Corin. We'll just move to comments. I'm just going to make some brief ones. Thank you, Carter and the team for the work. This is kind of the first step to changing the process from the original contracted out survey. So this is done in-house. There was a very small sample size within this, and part of the local government reform bombshell dropped at the same time that the community voice survey was out, which did divert some focus and attention away from this survey. Even though it is a small sample size, it is self-selecting, and I certainly agree with Councillor Johns that that will have a certain slant depending on how it's been promoted to sway perhaps more negative if it is just purely self-selecting. So I think there's some thought process to go into how we can work through that. But regardless of that, there is still some really useful information within that report that can give us a bit of an indication. We shouldn't be just 100% relying on it, but should give us some information on where some dissatisfaction might sit and where our community might see us doing well. In some of the responses in particular, Councillor Kennedy talked about a regulatory function. I note there that was based off 12 responses. So it's some of those, and that's why I'm very keen for it to go to the Performance and Monitoring Committee, because some of them with a sway to people that have perhaps had a bad experience, that can skew the results somewhat. So we just do have to proceed with some caution. So I just want to, and I'll open it up to comments, but I did mention it before. I just want to foreshadow that I will be moving recommendation 1.1, but also including a request to refer this paper and this survey through to the Performance and Monitoring Committee to analyse the report and also provide feedback on any changes or iterations. So I just want to see the governance manager helpfully, so I don't have to remember that again, has covered that. Open it up to comments. We'll start with Councillor Johns and Councillor Corlett and then Councillor Wards, and I'll look over this side of the table.
Thanks, Mayor Scott. Yes, thanks for that. I'd just like to go back to that page 163 regarding building consent service. And I'll just comment or read from the paper here that the previous building team, overall the service of the building team is the worst I've experienced, and I work with a lot of councils. The previous building team worked alongside you to achieve the same outcome and were always approachable and there to help. Change needs to happen with your current building team. And then further on down, I understand the legal liabilities that council face and that due process must be followed. Council does not want to be in a position of being an enemy to the building industry. A very good relationship with the public and contractors existed under the previous building team. This is now all but non-existent. Now, we've discussed this sort of issue before, and more especially with regard to our growth aspirations. I'm very concerned that these comments come out like that, and I'd like to know what, if anything, is being done to turn that around.
I'm just going to make a really quick comment before it passes to the Chief Executive. I would like to remind Councillor Johns of his question earlier, stating that with a small sample size and with something being self-selecting, it can absolutely skew the comments and it can skew the results. So that was pointed out to the meeting directly by the councillor. There is one other bit of information I want to add in here, which apologies I forgot. Within the comments, and Carter alluded to it, the comments only allowed someone to comment if they expressed dissatisfaction. It did not allow someone to comment if they expressed satisfaction, which is something that we can work through in future reports. So when you do look, and that's what it says at the top, if dissatisfied, when you have a look at the comments, every one of those comments will be an expression of dissatisfaction by design. This isn't to say that there isn't work to do in those areas, but that's why I am very keen for this to go to a committee where we can dig into this in detail, but then ensure future reports give us the exact information that we need so we can effectively monitor it, so we are sure that what is happening out on the ground matches council strategy and aspirations, which this council has been very clear on what ours are. So I just wanted to add that comment. Corin, did you have something to say?
Thank you, Your Worship. You're through, your chair. First of all, I'd like to say that I'm fully supportive of our building team who work in very difficult circumstances. And whilst absolutely our community have their opinions and they're free to express those opinions, noting that this is a sample size of 8, and noting your comments about the fact that the people who answer these things are likely to be the ones that have a gripe with council, I don't think that these are necessarily representative comments around the performance of our team. I think it's also fair to note that the regulatory environment has changed dramatically over previous years, and that there are more regulations in place now and more exacting requirements from MB in particular around the performance of the team. I am aware that we are frequently criticised by MB for not being hard enough on our community in places. That said, we will always take this information and think about that within our team and work out how we provide a good level of customer service while also carrying out our regulatory function, which is not an easy space to be in. So while I'm always disappointed to see comments like this, we'll always take those on board and we will look at what we can do to improve things. But I do need to emphasise that while, as is its right, council in a governance space wants us to provide the best service we can to our community, in the regulatory space we're often doing that whilst working within a framework which has been given to us by central government. And those two things don't always sit easily beside each other.
I have Councillor Corlett and Councillor Warts. I think that's who I had.
Thank you, Mayor Scott, and thank you, Carter, to the report. It's good to see all the detail, even the comments, the negative comments, and I think Scott mentioned earlier with this is built around people who are not happy with it, dissatisfied. So it was a comment that I was going to make, but I think understanding that if we can get people to update more, staff to update more within using CRMs as spoken, I think we'll see a better result in getting some of the other pieces of information, making sure things get across the line, that things don't get forgotten. But it has been very good to go through. There is a lot to work on, but I think we're up to doing that.
Thanks, Councillor Corlett. Deputy Mayor Warts.
Thank you, Your Worship. This was a grunty piece of work, Carter. So you and the team have done a fantastic job in A, putting it together, but B, summarising at a very high level what some of the issues really are. It's very easy to go down a rabbit hole. Yeah, the warnings that are through the analysis around this was a very small sample size. I think you've hinted at some of the learnings that the team have got out of this, and the words were taken out of my mouth with Mayor Scott proposing that this went for a bit more analysis at an appropriate committee, because this is a great piece that we can get our teeth into and find ways to monitor any of the improvements that our CE is suggesting that this tool could be used for. So thank you very much for putting it in front of us. There's more to go, but well done.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Wards. Councillor Wallace, and then Councillor Naylor.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Scott. I actually concur with Councillor Peter Johns. There is a problem with the building situation.
Councillor,
it's a comment. Am I allowed to comment?
So we will be referring this to another committee and to get into the detail of it, and I'll have a discussion with you if that's okay, which will put some of this into context.
Well, just note that there is, because I have to join the dots to make sure, all I want to say is I want to make sure all the dots are joined so we're not going down that rabbit hole, what you were referred to. So that's where I sit. But we're not imagining this.
Thank you, Councillor. We'll have further discussions. Councillor Naylor.
Yeah, so once again, I read through all the dissatisfied comments and everything else, and the question I liked best was the one where you had made the mistake and you got the satisfied responses as well. And I would like to see, in future that we actually had the more satisfied, because we can learn from what we're doing well. And so, so yes, it's important for us to capture where people are dissatisfied and learn from that and how we can improve the dissatisfied people. But it's also really important, I think, to, understand what we're doing well and how we can take what we're doing well and apply that to other areas of the business. And I also noticed in a number of the questions where we had very high satisfaction, and I think that we get easily distracted by the dissatisfaction. But I think, we can be happy that there are areas where we're doing really well. Excuse me. We need to celebrate that.
Just checking up.
Thank you. It can be quite an emotional time looking at these reports. Thank you very much, councillors. I think we've gone through the comments. I'm just going to make a real quick final one. Even though we have some work to do on this report, I am absolutely delighted at the time and the interest shown within it. I've sat around the council table under the old reporting system where often these just flied past without any comment at all. So to have some of those detailed comments is incredibly encouraging, and where that may lead to as we refine things is really important. So we have recommendation that the report be received. My other recommendation that Ali very helpfully wrote down for me was that the report and survey be referred to the Performance and Monitoring Committee to analyse the report and provide feedback on any changes or iterations. So I've moved that. That's been seconded by Councillor Johns. All those in favour, please say aye. Is there anyone against? The motion is carried. Thank you very much, councillors. Thank you, Carter. Carter has a final comment.
Thank you, Your Worship. As a final comment, thank you very much for all your comments. It's really great to hear that, and we look forward to working with the Performance Committee to improve the survey. And just a final thing to say, thank you very much to the communications team who helped immensely to put this together. You can see some of the flavours there. So yes, I just wanted to acknowledge their input. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Carter, and we echo that, so thank you. We now move to page 171, item 11.5, the 12-month performance report for the period ending 30 June 2026. So welcome, Beth, to the table. And Eugene.
Morning, Your Worship, councillors and staff, and thank you for the welcome to the table. We'll get stuck into this, and I have Eugene up here with me, and he will go through his CapEx report. Thank you.
Morning, Mayor Scott and councillors. I'll take the report as read, and I'll just read out a few highlights from that report from the CapEx side of things. Council spent 39.24 million of its 62.9 million capital budget, equal to about 62.3% of the budget. When adjusted for a 10.9 million carry forward from year one through year two into year three, that comes out to an effective delivery percentage of 75.43%. The program included 32 projects in delivery, 13 in planning and procurement, 8 in initiation or identification, 7 deferred, 1 discontinued. Major areas of activity included transportation, water, wastewater, community facilities, and the Better Off Funding program. Key projects progressed into delivery in year three. Dannyvert pre-treatment plant, Payatua wastewater upgrades, district water, wastewater services, SCADA upgrades, numerous playground upgrades, and some transportation recovery works. Several major projects, including the Dannyvert and Woodville reservoirs, Dannyvert sewer siphon replacement, and Payatua water main replacement, have progressed into final planning stages, and delivery start will be Q4 of this year, of this calendar year, not Q4 the financial year. The report notes that delivery was affected by some staff resourcing constraints. There was a lot of leadership changes happening as well, and some key members. The report notes that delivery was affected by staff resourcing constraints, leadership changes, rising fuel and material costs, and some uncertainty associated with YT Water's transition. Despite these challenges, the PMO team maintained service levels and continued to progress a significant capital program through disciplined project governance, planning, value engineering, and adaptive resourcing.
Thank you, Eugene. Any questions for Eugene? We'll start with Deputy Mayor Wards.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thanks, Eugene. I like end of year discussions like this. Just to set the context, though, when you reflect on the percentage of work actually completed at 75%. 62% of budget spend. How do those figures compare to previous years? Because I get quite antsy about uncompleted budgeted stuff that we've rated for, that at the end of a financial year we get asked to carry forward for very good reasons. I'm not arguing that we can't always predict what the Middle East is going to do and all of those issues, but can you please give me an indication across the last couple of years, is the ability for us to deliver against what we want to deliver going up or going down when it comes to those percentages? Or have we plateaued? Is this a behaviour and or an expectation that we should have every financial year? There's a couple of questions in there, and I know Beth's looking at me and Eugene's trying to think, how have we done the last few years? But I'm trying to understand, because we go out and we build our rating expectations to our community around funding and delivering on what essentially we haven't been able to deliver on this year.
It's a very good question, Councillor Wards. Do you want, Beth is going to take this.
Great question. I might be able to jump in and help and provide some information on previous years. So when Mike presented the CapEx report last 12-month report a year ago, we were 83% completion. So we've dropped down slightly this year. However, bearing in mind that last year's 83% completion was up on the previous 2 years, which I believe from memory was around 44%. When Eugene, to add a bit of context as well, I feel like I'm talking really loud, to add a bit of context. So when Eugene reports his numbers in the 12-month report, those numbers are against a revised budget figure. So that includes any carry forwards and additional approvals. When we look at the draft annual report, which I'll talk about later on, those reported numbers is based on, it excludes those additional elements that are factored in. So what's reported in the annual report in terms of how far we're completing our capital program is a lot higher and will always be a lot higher than what Eugene reports in his 12-month, or his quarterly reports, performance reports. Because Eugene's numbers are based on our revised budget, whereas in the annual report, it's not based on the revised budget. Does that answer your question?
Thank you for that, Beth. Councillor Johns.
Thanks, Mayor Scott. If I could just perhaps comment on Beth and Eugene. I think one of the things we need to take into account, it depends on the type of projects we've got on. Some of them are big ticket items that cover 2 or 3 years, and it depends on the stage of the project, which can totally skew the carryover figures, and it becomes a bit of a nonsense in some respects. But I just have one query on page 173. Noted projects in delivery include, and the first one is infiltration and inflow strategy implementation. It was some time ago now that we did some inaugural work in Ekatahuna on that. Can you give me an update as to what has happened since, or what is about to happen? Thanks.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Johns. Marcus Clifford from the Three Waters team constantly works on, that's an ongoing capital budget, so inflow and infiltration in regard to the district is always ongoing, and currently we're investigating Woodville and Paeatua townships as well to understand that level of I&I. And going back to Ekatahuna, I've written up an options report into the best strategy moving forward for Ekatahuna and how we solve or reduce up to 55% of that I&I in Ekatahuna, which effectively reduces any cost at the wastewater treatment plant, which is up for consenting in 2028 by probably more than 50%. We initially costed out the Ekatahuna wastewater treatment plant upgrade to be between $10 and $15 million. And with the $2 million I spend in Ekirahuna, we can bring that cost down to between $1 and $3 million at the plant. So for a total spend of $5 million, we could not have to spend between 10 and 15 effectively.
Good news. Could I just ask, what is currently being done?
If you could carry on going through the chair, please, Councillor
Oh,
Jones.
sorry.
Continue, but through the chair.
Through the chair, Your Worship. Can I ask, what is currently being done in I&I in Woodville?
Through the chair. That's an investigation, so we've installed, identified catchments within Woodville and have installed flow monitors to understand what catchments are a high priority to attend to. So some catchments will have lower flows for peak wet weather rainfall and more than others. So we want to identify those particular catchments and prioritise those for repair to reduce the load at the plant. So that's for both Payatua and Woodville.
Councillor Corlett.
Thank you, Mayor Scott. And yeah, thank you to the team for the report. I think you partially answered one of my questions around the I&I, so that's good to see that there's something coming very soon. I had a question on 4.6, the items, so on 174, the ICS items there, you identify 8 projects, but 4 are listed, and they're very loosely listed. There's not really much detail to them around the software development, hardware renewal, network development and CCTV renewals. What needs to be done there?
Through the chair. It's well noted, Councillor Corlett. I need to better define that.
Thank you, Eugene. Any further? Councillor Wallace and then Councillor Naylor.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Scott. Page 187, item number 14. It's just the comment there to ensure the correct accounting treatment.
We'll jump onto that bit in a second. We're just looking at the capital expenditure. If you could just hold that question
that's fine.
for a moment.
Thank you, Mayor Scott.
Great. Councillor Naylor.
Yeah, I'm pleased about that. I had a whole raft in the next section as well. I was just coming back to to Sharon's, Councillor Ward's, or Deputy Mayor Ward, sorry. The whole lot covered. Comment about the carryover, and so my question was, this annual budget of 62.993 million of this year, 13.76 million of that was from last year carried forward, and that gives us to our 62.2% is how I read this, and then 10.995 million is going to be carried forward to next year. Have I got that correct?
Through the chair, not quite. That 10.995 million was a carry forward from year 1 through to and now into this current year, and a bulk of that was the Payatua pool and the Dennyvert impounded supply. And the Dennyvert impounded supply has now been split into the Dennyvert pre-treatment plant and the Dennyvert reservoir, which the Dennyvert pre-treatment plant is currently in delivery and budget is being spent, and that is due for completion mid next year, and the Dennyvert reservoir won't be carried forward again. We will. It is still part of the scope, but we won't carry it forward. And then we've got the Woodville reservoir as well, which is at the last stages of planning. We'll have an agreement signed off in that in the next 4 weeks, so work will start underway for that by the end of this calendar year.
Deputy Mayor Watts.
Thanks, Your Worship. I love 4.9. I like a good picture. Eugene and Beth. This is the budget versus actual spend by group of activity. That graph in that table indicates some quite significant differences between what was budgeted and what we ended up finally doing. And there's some great explanations. I mean, Pai to a Pool, for instance, is quite a big ticket item that demonstrates there. Can you please guide me, or under support, is that what you refer to in your narrative as the Better Off Funding Program? I'm trying to, because the Better Off Funding Program can sometimes just capture a whole lot of stuff that we found some money for and we haven't, or I struggle sometimes to justify how that is progressing. But in the table you talk about support, but what is it, but there's no narrative to go with it with the highlights by activity group. Is that the Better Off Funding Program, or is there something else under the support that indicates where, because there are some significant differences between what we budgeted, not so much in support, but community and water were big variances around.
Yeah, through the chair, great question, Councillor Wards. There are some big differences in here. The community one, we can associate that with Paiatua Pool. The water differences, that's impounded supply and reservoirs. That's the reason for that one. So we're digging into that right now and spending against that. The wastewater, there's this Dannevirke sewer siphon and a few of those carry forwards that we're now well into the detailed design for. The support, a lot of here we go. I'm getting squeezed in the middle here.
Rose between two thorns, I think, there is the saying. Morena, everyone, my apologies for jumping in here. I just wanted to help Eugene out with the support activity. Captured within the support activity is the capitalisation costs of staff time that we allocate to projects. So it is budgeted at the support level. However, it gets allocated across all the projects. And at the point in time that this report was written, that hadn't been captured yet. And I was just doing some numbers because I don't think the team have done themselves justice here. Within here, the Paiatua Pool accounts for approximately 4% of the capitalisation. If we removed that, the capitalisation success rate would increase by 4%. Same with Cyclone Gabrielle. We actually budgeted $12 million within the annual plan. However, we've only delivered $6 million, and I think, off memory, I think it's about $8 million was finally approved by NZTA. So if you took that for $4 million as well, there's an extra 4% success rate of their completion. So their numbers were a little bit skewed to start with, and I just wanted to say it would be 8% better had Paiatua Pool and Cyclone Gabrielle not been included in there.
Thanks, Sarah.
Does that cover your questions? Any further questions on this part? Councillor Wallace, did you have a question, or yes? Sorry, you're moving on to your next bit. So I'll just let the next part be introduced. Thank you very much, Eugene. And then we'll move to your question, Councillor Wallace.
Thank you, Eugene. So the next exciting part, I'll be talking about our operating performance. I am going to take sections 5 and 6 as read, and I will talk to them as one whole piece. I'm just going to highlight the key items of here that I think will be of interest. So overall, at year end, we pretty much were almost on budget. So there was a favourable variance of $195,000 against our actual operating result of $31 million. So that's pretty good. So that factors in the significant variances across the activity levels, but overall, broadly, we've remained within budget. When I look closer into what's driving these variances for each of the activities that are swinging unfavourable, it's driven by our funding timing, so in particular BOF funding and our NZTA funding. Those types of funding we can't recognise, we can either can't recognise the revenue or put in a claim, in particular BOF. For those who don't know what BOF is, it's better off funding. I can't remember if I said that. So until we have the eligible expenditure to put a claim through. So I think from memory there is wastewater and water supplies and district planning where we had anticipated the spend at year end to be slightly higher than what where we landed, which then meant that our funding levels were lower. So they have a correlation. So the more money we spend that's eligible for the funding, the more funding we will receive. So that's a theme across many of the activities with their variances. The other driver is our year-end adjustments that we have been doing as part of the annual report process. And one of the most significant ones is our borrowing costs that we allocate to the activities from our treasury function. So what happens is that each activity borrows from the treasury function centrally and at year end, and this is to fund assets, infrastructure assets, and at year end we do an accounting journal, accounting entry, to allocate those borrowing costs against each particular activity. So within the detail of section 6, you will note that we've put in the comments that although they're not budgeted at that activity level, it's the budget is captured within the treasury activity. So overall, there was about 1.3 million of borrowing costs allocated across all of council's activities. The other highlights that I thought you would be interested to hear about would be the significant changes from quarter 3 when we last reported to where we hit at year end. So if I get you to turn to page 179 of your agenda, there will be 6 items that I will be talking to from the actual versus budget variance graph that's on here. The first one I'll be talking about will be the transportation activity, and this was the activity that had the largest movement from quarter 3. As Sarah has mentioned with her little cameo appearance in the CapEx report, that is driven by the timing, that is driven by our NZTA approvals, the final approvals coming through for the Cyclone Gabrielle recovery works. So we'd budgeted in the plan to have $12 million allocated for that capital program, and we received just short of 4 million less than what. Did that make sense? Yeah, we received 8 million. So I have a way of making words sound a lot more complicated than what they actually are. So, and then I move on into the next one, which is water supply. And with water supply, that there we ended up with an unfavourable variance of 675k from a 45k favourable variance in quarter 3. So what's driven that is our revenue was lower than what we had budgeted at year end, and we also had lower subsidy received from the Better Off funding because of the lower anticipated spend with that. On top of that, we also had the interest allocation of 529k, which is what has driven that to be gone from a favourable variance to an unfavourable variance. Next off is wastewater. So this is similar to the water supply, where our internal borrowing costs have thrown the favourable variance in quarter 3 to an unfavourable variance at year end. So if we remove the borrowing cost allocation from this particular activity, it would have landed 59k favourable. So that's just something just to keep in mind. District planning is another one I'd like to comment on. As we've previously signalled in the Q3 report, we had a favourable variance back then of 312. That's increased to 577 favourable. And that's due to the consultancy costs that haven't been spent in the 2026 financial year. There is going to be a carry forward request expected to be presented to council to carry those funds over. District plan, sorry. Support activities. This is a big one that's gone from 1.1 million favourable in Q3 to 620 down to 624 favourable in the 12 months. And this is mainly to do with the savings, with the timing of when our expenses hit and how our budget was phased. With that too, we also have year-end adjustments that factor into that, as well, including the interest allocations. And finally, the Treasury function activity. You will see that it's gone from a $566,000 favourable variance in Q3 to a whopping $2 million favourable variance at year end. But 1.3 million of this is our accounting journal to recognise the borrowing costs that we've allocated out to the other activities. So if we remove that, we we land with a favourable variance, and I haven't written it down. It's around about 700 favourable, and that's just because of having higher cash reserves. We're earning interest on it. We had lower borrowing costs, so we weren't paying more interest on that, and our hedging strategies with our interest rate swaps, we were still getting the benefit from that. So after that big spiel, is there any questions?
Thank you very much. We'll start off with Councillor Wallace.
Thank you, Mayor Scott. Page 187, item 14. I was just trying to get my head around the way that's written. You've answered some of it, but the key words that stuck out to me: to ensure the correct accounting treatment.
Great question, Councillor Wallace. Are you referring to item 14, the swimming pools?
Yes, correct.
So that is just part of our year-end adjustments that we have to do. So,
thank you for your wonderful question, Councillor. In the 25 financial year, sorry, I had to look at the date. In the previous financial year, we had recognised a invoice to the Bush Aquatic Community Trust for them to be able to draw down on external funding that was soon to no longer be available to them. That did not proceed. They weren't able to draw down based off our invoice at that time. I understand that the funding is still earmarked and secured at this point in time, but because our system recognised an invoice, we've now had to reverse that invoice, and unfortunately the timing is just over 2 financial years. So 24-25 recognised revenue of 130,000. We've now had to write that off because that invoice isn't going to be received. Not write it off, we've issued a credit note, and it's all captured within the Pai to a Pool project, capital project item that you'll see when you get to the annual report. It's just a...
We will re-raise it.
The funding will be received if the project proceeds.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Scott. I was just trying to get clarity on the way it was worded. It sounded like you guys were doing something different. Thank you.
Councillor Corlett, then Deputy Mayor Wards.
Thank you, Mayor Scott. The item on 183, number 4, waste management, was the unfavourable budget also from last year? That was the same, was it unfavourable last year as well? And was there much of a cost involved? What is the difference in the cost of what we would have received for the disposal of the waste versus the wet waste getting sent away? Was there much of a delta in that?
Thank you for your question, Councillor Collette. I'm not sure around the prior year's results. However, I'm happy to come back with that information at a later date. With regards to the cost, again, we would need to involve the manager of that activity to do a bit of a deep dive to help us in this space for you.
And just to add to that, perhaps that is depending on how important that information is for decision making, could be a discussion with the chair of infrastructure for that to come through in a management report. Perhaps Mr. Deputy Chair, that could be a discussion that you two have, weighing up the importance of that request and the time that it might take to answer it. Deputy Mayor Wards.
Your Worship, on the same page, Sarah and Beth, item number 3, the emergency management. At the end there, there's been an underspend, but because that was MSD funding, do we not have to do a wash up and pay it back? Because you're hinting there that maybe we could stick that into a reserve for future use. Obviously that's for further discussion, but an underspend with an MSD, we don't have to give it back if we don't use it?
Through you, Your Worship, the underspend with MSD would be recognised on our balance sheet as revenue received in advance. So what will stay in the activity is only the portion of spending that we've made that has a counteracting revenue in alignment with the signed agreements we've had. You'll recall from past annual reports we got called out a couple of times, not a couple of times, we got called out once, so this is a big area that we pay an extraordinary amount of attention into with our revenue received in advance. This activity does have an underspend, and most of it is driven from the, I understand it is that I'm calling them satellite phones, sorry, that escaped me, and the licensing associated with those. Sandy does have a paper that she is looking to bring at a future date around transferring the underspend to an emergency reserve for a future date, but that's to be determined once we're able to finalise the annual report numbers.
Coming back up to the top of the report, I had a couple of questions, if I may. So the first was just an understanding of the difference between 24-25 and 25-26. Was that largely driven to Cyclone Gabriel? The reason why we've gone from 91 down to 75 is our operating revenue, and then the operating costs obviously went down in proportion.
Sorry, Councillor, could you tell me what page you're on?
Oh, sorry, page 178 at the very top, yeah. Yeah, we had a drop from revenue from 24-25 to 25-26, and I couldn't understand why it would drop so much unless it was Cyclone Gabriel.
Yeah, through Your Worship, it is predominantly from the roading activity with the recovery funding from NZTA associated to the cyclone recovery.
Have you got your second question, Councillor Naylor? I'll move to Councillor Corlett. I'll come back to you.
Thank you, Mayor Scott. Just a question on number 7 on water supply. Sorry, a lot of bouncing around. The question around personnel costs being 137k over budget. I thought personnel costs would be easier to keep within budget than most other things.
Through Your Worship, personnel costs that were recruited for within the Waters team are to be covered by Better Off funding. So your personnel costs will have an overspend, your consultant costs, contract costs have an underspend to compensate for the difference between the two. But there is, off the top of my head, 2 staff within the 3 Waters team that are funded by the Better Off funding at this current stage.
Thank you. Councillor Naylor.
That was more of a comment, actually, so I'll leave it until you're ready for comments.
No, it's fine if you have a comment, because we're going into such detail. Okay. That's fine.
So the comment was that that the way the numbers are presented, we see these big variances because of the treatment of the numbers from a treasury perspective largely. Is it too difficult to actually, when you're doing the budget, to allocate the treasury in at the beginning so that would bring it down closer, we would understand? Or I just wondered why we're seeing these big variances.
Through your worship, I would have to take that comment back to my team. Shout out to Gav online, who's no doubt watching, and come back to you as to whether we'll be able to do something like that.
I can add to that as well. Also, the prediction and forecast of the Treasury costs to the activities is volatile, hard to predict. So you're going to end up with something that may well create a variance for a different reason, which is going to be just as hard to understand as what we do with the actual figures. So, and monthly reporting, which you could track each month, which wouldn't give you that big swing each quarter, is not something that councils work to at the moment. Yeah.
Thank you, Tracy. Councillor Corlett.
Thank you again, Mayor Scott. Page 185, item 8, animal control. With the trending decline of numbers of registrations, and this is impacting the, was it 80k below budget overall, and then only buffed a little bit with some enforcement. What are the plans to try and bring that back to budget?
Chief Executive.
Through you, Chair. I'm not sure Sarah or the team there are probably best placed to answer. That's an operational question. The reality is that one of the tensions that all councils have is around people being willing to register their animals or not, and it's a line that we're always chasing. We make, as you'll be aware, through our revenue and financing policy, we put in place in terms of what's funded through user charges and what's funded through rates, and that's a piece that we will continue to chase, and I've got an eye on that across the business. The difficulty in the space, of course, is that to push that number, you draw yourself into heavier compliance, and heavier compliance comes with heavier cost. So there's always a trade-off between how far you push before you actually start costing yourselves more money than you will recoup by the change.
Deputy Mayor Watts.
Thank you, Your Worship. A question in the support. So item number 19 on page 189, please, Beth. I mean, it's always difficult to budget for penalties being applied, isn't it? However, it states here we've had key contributors to favourable revenue has been 233,000 of penalties. Under support activities, what are those penalties? Is that across the board? Is that animals? Is that building consents? What have we penalised our ratepayers to the tone of $233,000 above what we budgeted?
Through you, Your Worship. Great question, Deputy Wards. So that is driven from our rates penalties.
Thank you. Any final questions? It was quite a nice work through, and mine were very helpfully covered. Very good. I'll let you carry on then into part 7.
Yes, Part C, Treasury, back to me. So I have spoken about most of the favourable variance within the operational performance. So I will take the Treasury report as read, and I'll open to any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much, Beth. Any questions on, I'll just give people a chance to find where they are. Councillor Naylor can kick off.
Yeah, it seemed to be quite a large variance from actual to budget. I mean, favourably, great, excellent. But Yeah, is that just that we didn't spend $36 million that we were expecting to spend, or, yeah, just trying to understand. I think you did summarise some of it in the document below, but if you could just give an overall why you think that would be great.
Through you, Your Worship. Great question, Councillor Naylor. So, as you recall, Eugene, in his capital report, he spoke about how much of the program he completed to date. So that's what's driven the numbers behind here. So we haven't had the need to seek additional borrowings because of the capital projects not progressing ahead.
And if I may carry on through the chair, I also noticed that on page 192 that we had moved some debt into short-term debt, 17 million into short-term debt. And the net debt position is currently at 55, and then there's a 58 on this page, and so there's a little bit of variation there. So there's a 17 million on the short-term debt not classified as external debt. Oh, perhaps I've answered my own question. 75. Sorry, no, forget that. I am. Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Naylor. Any other questions on the report? Just one really quick one for me. This is a really good report and really clear, seeing all of those charts. I enjoy those quite a lot. Actually, sorry for just 7. No, I'm fine for that. There's no other. Councillor Wallace.
Are we allowed to comment? Right. Thank you, Your Worship. Just going back to point 8 on your charts. With those figures that you put in front of us, is about the dog animal control. That is really scary to think there's around 400 dogs not been registered. Page 185. It's just a comment because I think you've captured it well, but for our district, yeah, and if that's the trend, it must be reflecting. The comment is that the situation of some people, because obviously it's not priority for them, because not 10 or 20, 400, and most dogs live 12 years, and you can't tell me they all died last week. That's just an observation. Thank you.
Chief Executive.
Just a comment. In terms of numbers, that's very similar to Masterton in terms of that kind of gap. And it's a combination of things, right? It's just not people who can't afford to, it's people who choose not to for philosophical reasons as well. So it's always, there is always that point where we are operating in a space where there are some people who just do not believe that they should have to register their dogs as well.
But we have to act within the law.
I agree, it's incumbent on every person in the country who has a dog to register their animals. However, some people choose not to follow the law.
That's not saying that we accept or agree with it. It's just the reality of where that gap could be sometimes. Okay, I'll hand back over team. Deputy Mayor Wards.
I have a question on figure 9. A good picture. On page 194. Thanks, Sarah. Two questions around this. One of them is both of them are kind of explanatory for me to understand. If we look at the bar charts, the blue and the green, which is net borrowings, operating revenue, from 1 June 25 to 1 June 26. Am I getting it right that we've gone down in terms of our revenue, operating revenue, but also in our net borrowing? So that's got to be good. Can you explain to me why we get the fluctuation in the yellow line though? Why does that change over that year period between? Just trying to understand
Thank you, through you, Your Worship. The line will fluctuate throughout the financial year because not all of your revenue is booked. Well, it's booked throughout the financial year, right? So it will fluctuate in line with your total revenue that's received at that point in time. The reason for the big decrease in total operating revenue from June 25 to June 26 is your Cyclone Gabrielle subsidies that we received in the 25 financial year. Your 26 is probably still revenue is greater than what we would have in any other year, because you still have Cyclone Gabrielle subsidies coming in there, but it's probably closer to realistic what our BAU would be in an ordinary time. But your yellow line is going to fluctuate throughout the year as we generate revenue across the 12-month period. But
thank you, Worship. She just answered my supplementary question. So what would BAU look like in terms of those? So thank you.
Great. Any further questions or comments? Hand back over to Beth. Sorry, to Tracy.
So the next report is the quarterly debtors report, trying to get as pictorial as possible, so the story of trending's there in front of you. I'll just open up for any questions, I think.
Thank you, Tracy. Lots of charts in there, and I've found these quite useful. Did anyone have any questions? Tracy, it might just be helpful, if you don't mind, just giving a bit of a summary for us on how you're seeing that we're tracking. I think that there's actually some good story to tell with some of those numbers. But if you wouldn't mind just giving us a brief overview.
So based on what we've been saying during the entire financial year, the trending of the overdue debt is going down. That's due to the focus of the tighter controls around debt collection, sending of letters, and a closer management with our external debt collector. The overall increase of the debt is due to the reflection of the financial affordability for our customers, which is also driving that penalty number that you were commenting on before. We have proactive communication with the ratepayers to call us and move into payment plans so we can provide that individual assistance. However, the debt still remains outstanding and therefore is something that we still need to manage from a financial perspective from council. The addition of the financial monitoring numbers that I've put in now is to give us an indication of where we sit in regards to acceptable carrying of debt levels versus revenues based on industry standards. So that gives us a sensibility check. Numbers in themselves can be a little bit misleading and provocative, but as an industry comparative, it becomes a little bit more realistic of what we're looking at and the sort of trends that occur in these areas of revenue and debt collection. Also put in some extra indicators as well for the debt monitoring for direct debits. So we're about to go live with our payables. We won't be doing the public live yet, but by the end of September, we should be running all our direct debits automatically through our new payable system. So we'll be able to extract these numbers and show that the automations is being run each month, which gives us that further control outside of that debt management project that was run a year or so ago, and we've stepped into that solution finding stage next month. Also, rate rebates, it's been another interesting monitoring that's been put into place as part of that direct debit project that was run as well. So what I want to do is now record that these are being managed as well. So you'll also see that the trending of how many rate rebates come in and then supported by the running of the direct debit recalculations each month as well, or it's actually on a lifetime basis. So each time that someone declines, they will receive a few communications, and then, whereas before we were under an obligation to do it yearly, it was a very manual process, so the attempt to do it quarterly was always attempted, not always adhered to, as we saw with the resourcing around the direct debit project. This will now make that an automated process and a daily check now through that new software. So just some extra captures there to the rates inquiries. We're trying to bring a bit more of a consolidated view on those as well. I know you get them through the CRMs, but there's also a lot of direct communication that comes into rates. From a time management perspective, it doesn't make sense to actually go through the CRM system. But we now want to start tracking those as well for you, which is all wrapped up with the control around the debt management and visibility for governance.
Thank you very much, Tracy. I have a question from Councillor Naylor.
Comment, if I may. I looked at figure 18 and 19, which are identical, by the way. So on page 198, it was really encouraging to see that, you know, the actual amount of debt when on the automatic payments, you know, the direct debit payments, is so low. And so that's got to make you think that the payable program is going to be really beneficial. So I'd just like to comment that I think that's a really positive thing you're doing, and I'm really looking forward to seeing how that impacts us in 12 months' time.
Thanks for your comment, Deputy Mayor Wards.
Thank you, Your Worship. It's not so much in the context of the report, it just tweaked with the comment you were making there, Tracy, regarding the direct debit. It's clear that all the work we did over those years has made a significant improvement, and it all seems to have gone quiet. Has there been any blips in our direct debit over the last period that, although the trend shows it's all good, has there been any issues that have occurred that staff have had to go and sort out pretty quick smart?
Through you, Chair. Over the last 12 months, we've been actively working towards the solutions from the direct debit project. So we've resourced up the team to make sure that roles that fell away over the years, over the last year or so, were re-implemented so that we could share the resource, do the cross-training and so forth. So I'd like to say that actually, hand on heart, there hasn't been. There is always a data error possibility inside a high transactional team, but the resource that we can now apply to keep those controls in place of the regular running when they're supposed to, or we wish to, has been in place this last year.
Very good. Thank you very much, Tracy. Councillor Wallace.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Scott. So in essence, we've got about 3.5 million owed in rates. That's why I'm just trying to figure out these figures. Yeah.
Through you, Chair. Sitting at 1.5 at the moment. 1.399 actually. I shouldn't round up. So that's figure 13 on page 196.
Thank you, Tracy.
Out of rates revenue of 40.
Great, I'll let you.
What was that again? Sorry, Your Worship?
Sorry, through your chair.
Just remind you to go through the chair, Councillor Wallace.
Yep. Sorry, 40 million, approximately 40 million of rates revenue and 1.399 outstanding.
Cool, thank you. I'll hand back to the team.
Thank you, Tracy. So I'm just going to finish off with the self-funded activities report. I'm going to take that as read and open up to any questions.
Thank you very much. Is there any questions on this report? I will, if no one else does, just have a question on the pensioner housing reserve, but I will let anyone else take that should they wish.
So I just want clarity here. Thank you for this, because it's obviously been front of mind for many of us for quite some time. So we have moved from an overdrawn balance of 205,839. Now we are in the black. Have I read that right? It's very good.
Through your worship, I'll just put a caveat on that. That was at the time in which that part of the report was written, which was ahead of when we were doing the annual report. You want me to hold?
Yeah, if we can just pause for a second. Oh, no, that's fine. Continue.
Sorry. At the time of writing this report was done before, ahead of when we did the annual report. So within the annual report, the figure will be more correct. I don't want to, I've got a page reserved for when we talk about the annual report, so I don't want to flip to it, but I can flip to it after I talk about the performance measures in the annual report.
No, that's fine. We can talk about it then. Thank you. Very good. Any other questions on self-funded activities? Appears not. Hand back to you, team.
Right, annual report.
Hang on.
Oh,
Sorry. What we will do is we will just jump back to page 171. No, that's fine. And we'll just move that recommendation. Could I have someone move Deputy Mayor Wards? Could I have a seconder, please? Councillor Naylor. We'll take the vote. All those in favour, please say aye. Is anyone against? Motion is carried. We are now just past 12, so we've still got a bit to get through today, so I feel like now would be a good time for lunch. Is everyone okay? Just double checking the timings that people would like. But if we're back here at 1, is that okay? It's not a full hour, but if we're back here at 1. Cool. See you at 1 sharp. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. We're now jumping straight into item 11.6, the draft annual report for the year ended 30 June 26. So I'll hand back over to the team.
Thank you, Mayor Scott. Before I go on any further, I'd just like to draw everyone's attention to section 4.2 in the report on page 212. What the team was hoping to have circulated to you prior to today's meeting was an updated version of the draft with the property, plant and equipment note completed, as well as the major budget variances. Unfortunately, we didn't quite get there. However, I want to provide some assurance that it will be in the draft that goes to the auditors on the 7th of September, and we will circulate that to you all prior to that Monday. We have completed the major budget explanations, but rather than circulating multiple copies, we just thought it was better just to hold off until we had completed the capitalisation and revaluation process. So then that way you only had to review one revised copy of the draft. What had happened during the capitalisation process and the valuation process is that we'd picked up on some inconsistencies which we want to iron out in the building space, and we also did that with in mind that we want to close off the outstanding item on the letter of representation from 2023. So we want to make sure we've dotted our I's and crossed our T's.
No, thank you for that explanation, and I think we would all prefer to have the information in full, and thank you for undertaking to send that through to us before it gets sent off. I think that is a fair compromise, and if anyone has any questions, they can just forward that straight through to the team. So thank you.
Great. So moving on, I'm going to start now without taking away the recognition from the amazing team back in the office. We've actually achieved a really good. We've done amazing to get to the point that we are at. So I just want to fully recognise the team back in our back home across the road. We wouldn't have been able to get here without them, and that extends to the ELT and their respective teams as well. So great teamwork, and just want to fully acknowledge that. So now that we've got that out of the way, annual report. So this is one of your key accountability documents. So it's a great way for the community to measure how we performed against what we said we'd do and how we've spent our money. So it's a really important document to measure our success. So this is an opportunity for you all to review it and provide some feedback before we finalise the draft for the audit that's due to commence in a few weeks. I'm going to keep my discussion points quite high level, but feel free to ask any questions throughout. I will start off with the front end. I have to give credit to the comms team, so Karsten, Anna, Kimberly and Nigel, for doing an exceptional work of this non-financial section. They're a lot more creative than us accountants. So we've kept in line with last year's theme. We've tried to cut out the words, so the what we achieved sections. I haven't actually got those noted down, sorry. Oh, yes, I do. So page 39 to 46, the what we achieved sections, we've still kept those as pictorials. So they have this great ability to get all the words from all of our respective managers for the top 4 achievements and top 4 challenges along the way, and put it into a format that more readers are going to be able to understand and get that engagement happening. So great work to them. Just want to touch on our capital projects schedule on page 34 of the agenda. So this here just summarises what we spent on capital projects throughout the year. Hasn't been finalised yet, and that will be finalised as part of the capitalisation project process. But I do want to point out that this pretty much tells the community that where council is invested in its infrastructure assets, building resilience, and our major projects were in the transportation, wastewater and water supplies space. So that's where a lot of our investments have gone into. Moving on from that, we have our benchmarks, financial prudent benchmarks. Sorry, I might have skipped over you, Sarah. Do you want to do your... Should I come back to you? Okay. So financial prudence benchmarks, these are also an important measure for council. So they're set by central government, and we have to populate data from our financial statements into this prescribed format. Thank you, Sarah. And it prints out pretty graphs for us. So on pages 18 to 22, you'll see all the pretty graphs that show that in terms of our benchmarks we've met them all. So it's pretty much our health check, and it provides assurance to the community that we're managing our finances responsibly. Before I move on to the financial statements, financial side of things, I might hand over to Sarah to talk to you a little bit about the service performance measures.
Thank you, Beth. I won't chat to it too much. I'll just bring your attention to a couple of things. As Carter spoke about with the community voice survey, with the change in methodology, it has meant we need to include additional disclosures with the annual report. These are in the draft that you have at the moment, but note that these are subject to audit sign-off. They have to go via the technical team, so they may change when we get to adoption. So I just wanted to draw your attention to that. But council's performance on our service performance measures, that's a mouthful. We have met 65% during the 25-26 financial year. There's a bit of a blurb, and it's on page 36 of the attachment to the agenda, and it just says where those achievements have been made. But the performance measures are also going to the Performance and Monitoring Committee next week in full detail as well. So I'll just, unless there's any other questions, leave it there.
Thank you, Sarah. So moving on to our financial statements section. This is our bread and butter. This is what we live and breathe. So, and it's very interesting to us. So our year-end results on page 163 of your attached agenda, we achieved an operating surplus before any revaluation movement of 11.7 million. Have I got that right? Million. Yes, million. And that's pretty much close to what we had budgeted. So we'd planned to be at 11.8 million. Moving on to page 165, which is our statement of financial position. This statement shows that council is in a strong financial position. Our assets far outweigh what our liabilities are. We're sitting at $1.2 billion for our assets overall, and most of that is significantly in the infrastructure asset space. Have any questions before I?
How much of that's going to move with the three waters?
My apologies, it's a large spreadsheet and there's about 5 lines that make up the total. So of the 1.153 million, jeepers, that's a mouthful, waters make up 192 million of that. So your main asset in that space is your roading, which makes up nearly $1 billion of it, 928 million.
Councillor Corlett.
Yeah, a little further to that. The debt portion of waters coming out, is that roughly equivalent to the value of asset from a percentile level, if that's possible?
Through your worship, I think off the top of my head, the debt associated with Three Waters assets is around 52 million, give or take. Don't quote me on that number. This is just off the top of my head, and your assets are 192 million. So your assets far outweigh your debt associated to them.
Right, if there's no other questions in that around that, I'll move to our funding impact statement for the whole council on page 169 of your attached agenda. The reason why I'm drawing attention to this is that this shows the community exactly how cash was raised and what we spent it on. So it doesn't include our non-cash items, so it excludes depreciation and it excludes any asset revaluation. So it's purely just cash coming in and how it came in and what we've spent it on. And this is where the numbers for when I spoke earlier for the 12-month report around the capital program completion, this is where the numbers came from. So it was actual capital expenditure versus what was planned, budgeted. So that's me. I've kept it quite short and sweet and high level. So as I mentioned earlier, note 19 on page, sorry, I did have it written down, on page 206, and note 37 on page 252, I believe it is, which is the PP&E note and the major budget variances, will look different to how they are in this version of the draft once we've completed it.
Councillor Wallace.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Scott. So could you give us, not as a percentage, but what is the roading and other infrastructure costs? So like, of all our debt, where does it all sit across the three basic? We've got water, we've got infrastructure, we've got roading.
You've got your facilities as well that come
Yeah,
into
yeah.
this.
Well, across everything that we need, what is our big debt item?
Sorry, we'll just...
You at the end of the annual report, I'm just scrolling right through at the moment, you have internal borrowings, which shows you what activities council has borrowed for. And it's for all your level of service or your growth projects, or no, it's just for your level of service and growth projects. So that ties back into what our external borrowings are, but that's still, with Three Waters still needing to be finalised in the PP&E section, the internal borrowings note in this space will increase, which is why I said the debt figure for Three Waters at the moment is just best guess off the top of my head, and it will change when we update for PP&E finalisation.
I think one thing that I might like to see down the track as well is once we've finalised the waters, particularly looking at the world after waters, is just almost having a bit of a pie chart of where our debt sits. And I know that that can be a bit challenging because sometimes the debt is there for different purposes, whether it's for, it could be categorised in different ways, but that may address at a glance what Councillor Wallace is looking for. I don't know if it's worth doing now until we understand the impact of waters, but that could be quite a helpful thing at a glance for the community as well as for us.
Great news, something that we've prepared earlier. In the 12-month report under the Treasury section on page 191 of the agenda, there is a little pie chart, conveniently. It's actually a wheel as opposed to a pie, but anyway, it's loan by activity. So that gives you the split there as well. But love the idea, and we'll talk to comms, see what they could pull together for us.
Any further questions? Deputy Mayor Wards.
Thanks, Your Worship. Just a quick question. The audit report letter, when can we expect that? Because it's blank at the moment.
Through you, Your Worship, that's an excellent question. Deputy Wards, Deputy Councillor Wards, I'm really sorry. I'm sorry. So we will have the audit opinion ready to insert into the document upon adoption. So on adoption day, our appointed director, Fiona, will then send through the audit opinion to go within it.
I'll just add to that, through your worship, if you don't mind. The timeline for that is discussed in detail in the Performance and Monitoring Committee next week as well. It's an item on the agenda that lists how we're tracking and when you can expect those things.
Thank you. Continue.
Through you, Chair, just jump in while there's a moment of silence amongst you all. I just wanted to also just do a quick summary in regards to the timelines that we work through for the annual report. It's not a timeline where we have a deadline of finalisation to sit and review and then ready for the auditors to come in and audit. The timeline's so tight that explains why the draft is a moving draft right up until the auditors turn up, because we're continually working towards that timeline and compilating the detail that we need to finalise the report right up to the day that they turn up. So ideally, probably in other scenarios we've been in, we would get that deadline review period time, have it all sitting there nicely, and then the auditors would turn up. But the regulatory deadlines insist on the approach that we bring, which is why you've got that moving target on your draft. And just one other thing I wanted to do, just at a high level commentary, was that the annual report for this year has a consistency to last year. So they're comparable documents from one year to the other. The only exception to that is the better artwork that we've done in the beginning with some of those statistics, and I think presents better. But from year to year, last year to this year, the report is consistent and won't have any surprises for the auditor per se.
And thank you for that info. I think it is a really important part of some of the report, not so much prescribed, but does need to have that comparable basis. Are there any more comments that you want to make from the table? And then what I might do, once we've got that bit, is I'll have a mover and a seconder for the recommendations, and then I certainly have a few comments that I'd like to make, and others may wish to do so as well. But just to check if there's anything else you'd like covered.
I just want to make a comment that this report doesn't pull together by any accident whatsoever. It takes a project manager that works tirelessly, endlessly, pushes people along, and we wouldn't be here without Beth and her great project management in this space, but also the wider team. So I just wanted to take a moment to recognise, because it is a lot of after hours work and it doesn't go unnoticed. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, and I think that was very, very well said. I may well be saying something similar in a moment. We've got recommendations 1.1 down to 1.3. Could I have someone move Deputy Mayor Ward's, seconded by Councillor Johns? I did want to make a couple of comments here. First of all, well done, team. Thank you for the huge amount of work that goes into this. And the huge amount of work isn't just in isolation, because there's huge amounts of work all around you as well as preparing this document. And it's not lost on me that we'll celebrate getting this done, and there's a whole lot more work ahead as we move into the LTP. Beth, I'm really grateful for your tireless work. I know I often leave a little bit later from the office and I hear a keyboard, you're tucked around the corner tapping away because you're still working, but your entire team, the amount of work that goes into it is extraordinary. So I'm really glad that Sarah mentioned that, but from a governance team, know that we are incredibly grateful for what you and your team put in as well. So thank you very, very much for your efforts. Thank you. Does anyone else have any comments they would like to make? Then I will put the vote 1.1 down to 1.3. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Is anyone against? The motion is carried. Thank you very much. Really appreciate your work. Thank you. Cool. We now move on to item 11.7, System of Voting for Elections in the name of the Manager of Democracy Services.
Thank you, Mayor Scott. I'll take the report as read. We have provided this report to both of our community boards, the Ikitahuna Community Board and the Dannevirke Community Board, and sought their feedback. Both community boards have come back with feedback that they support staying with the status quo of first past the post for the next elections. So it's now before Council to consider whether you want to continue with the voting system that we have or change to the alternative, which is single transferable vote.
Thank you very much. I'll just double check that there's not any questions for Ali before we move into that. Councillor Amboy.
Thank you, Ms. Scott. Just a real quick one. Just with the context of the representation review in 2027, I'm just curious to know if there is any risk in changing the voting system now before we've decided what our future representation arrangements will look like. Is that like a conflict at all? Thanks.
No, there's no conflict. The timing of how all of these processes set out in legislation is for councils to first consider their system of voting, and there's a deadline for when we have to give public notice of what's been agreed to, which is coming up shortly. The next step in the process, if you were eligible to decide whether to have Māori wards, is to do that. Then the representation review flows after that. So it's all been designed to work in a certain sequence, which we're following.
Thank you. Designed to work in a particular sequence, notwithstanding the potential changes in simplifying local government that does not work within any sequence, but I can say that and you probably can't. Councillor Naylor.
Just clarifying that if we go for first past the post, that flows through to the community boards, and so we just have one voting method for both community boards and council.
That is correct. The system chosen by the council also applies to its community boards. Thank you for that.
Doesn't appear to be any more questions. Councillor Johns indicated that he wanted to move, I'm imagining, that, surprise, Councillor Johns is moving first past the post. That's seconded by Councillor Petty-Webber. Is there any discussion anyone would like to have on that? I'm just going to make a really quick comment. Both of our community boards were in support of that, so I just wanted to acknowledge that. In the face of major change in local government, I would be concerned about us complicating things further before change comes. So I will also be supporting first past the post. So we have a mover and a seconder. I'll put the vote. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Is anyone against? The motion is carried. Thank you, councillors. We now move to page 223. This is the Local Government New Zealand Conference 2026. I might just speak to this part if that's okay, although it is in Ali's name. Within our conferences, what my goal is to try and make sure that everyone has an opportunity throughout the term to get along to one conference. I emailed elected members some time back, and I had responses from 3 councillors, so it's Deputy Mayor Wards, Councillor Kennedy and Councillor Wallace, who indicated that they would like to go. Does anyone else have a desire? In saying that, we do have budget for 3 for each, or if we were to have more, that would materially impact our budget. So does anyone else? Okay, I would like to move then the recommendations 1.1 and 1.2, just double checking that Councillor Kennedy, Councillor Wallace and Deputy Mayor Wards are still available before we put the motion, because that might be awkward if something's changed. So I would like to move those councillors attend, seconded by Councillor Corlett. Is there any discussion? All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Motion is carried. Thank you, councillors. We now move to item 11.9, requests for information under the Local Government Official Information Meetings Act 1987 in the name of the Manager of Democracy Services.
Thank you, Mayor Scott. I'll take the report as read. I'll just get a little update though. We have had quite a high number of Lagoima requests come through during August since writing the report. We are now at 21 for this month, which is the highest we've had for a month since I've been tracking. So yeah, there's quite a lot of work involved in this. So it's become very busy with things of lots of interest being requested.
Thank you for that, Ali. That is a significant number. So, and I think one of the great things about this report, or the work that you do, is it's designed for public transparency, but then also sharing that with any members of the public proactively on our website. I'm very grateful for personally. Is there any questions? Councillor Petty-Weber.
Thank you, Mayor Scott. Ali, was there any theme to the Lagoimas? Just wondering.
I wouldn't say there's a theme, but some of them are Lagoimas that are sent to all the councils. So.
Thank you, Ali. Any further questions? Could I just have someone move this? Councillor Naylor, seconded by Councillor Wallace. Any further discussion? I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Is anyone against? The motion is carried. Thank you, councillors. Thank you, Ali, for that. Appreciate it. Now move to item 12, correspondence. We don't have any correspondence, do we? So we will move into portfolio reports. And we do have a portfolio report in the name of Councillor Amboy. Councillor Amboy, would you like to speak to your report on page 235?
Thank you, Ms. Scott. I'll take the report as read, but I just noticed that in the first paragraph, I noticed this when I was reading it actually, that there's a sentence missing. So it must have just been like a editing error. But I can read out the sentence, and it was just the past few months have been extremely busy for Councillor Kishan and I since the announcement of simplified local government. So just thought I'd put that in there. But not much to cover that is not already in the report. But a highlight for me was definitely the young elected members Hui and Rotorua. That was a really cool highlight, just getting to connect with other councillors and elected members throughout the motu. And I think that was really important in terms of relationship building, but also the WACRA Awards. And I just want to formally acknowledge and thank the community board for all the work and effort that was put into that night and just during the lead up of that event. It was very well run, and I just want to thank everyone that was in attendance, because that was a really cool experience to be part of, from the judging and going into the actual night of it. It was, yeah, there was a lot of love, and we should be really lucky to have these the rangatahi that were in those awards. They're present, and you know, that's only some of the youth in our district as well. So imagine what more we can do in terms of that. But yeah, nothing really to add on, unless Councillor Kishan would like to speak on any of her events that she's been attending. Thank you.
Nothing much to add other than Tiki Te Hauora did a really cool video highlighting some rangatahi in the rohe who are doing really cool things for International Youth Day. And included in that video was Jana, who Irina mentioned, just placed second in the Worlds for the Natural Strongman competition in Glasgow. And there were business owners in there locally. There were just really cool rangatahi doing really cool things. So we've got some awesome youth in our community, and I encourage people to watch that video.
Thank you very much, Kishan. Were there any questions for Councillor Amboy? Would you like to move your report? And Councillor Tuaka definitely wants to second that. Any further discussion? All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Motion is carried. Thank you all. Last on the agenda is Mayoral Matters. I'm just going to give a very brief verbal update in Mayoral Matters. I didn't want to write another big long report about amalgamation, because it's probably going to be tiresome for most. I have been out conducting school visits recently, which has been incredibly rewarding around the district, and hearing what their challenges are and how that intersects with council. So that has been fantastic. Councillor Corlett and myself attended rural and provincial sector meeting recently, which was based on amalgamation, and most people see where that has landed now around the country with 18 proposals, although that has shrunk somewhat with some councils changing their decision, particularly Southland is an example, so that withdraws a couple of theirs. It would be fair to say that the mood at rural and provincial was sombre, and it was disappointing to see a process which could have been a very collaborative process in some ways pit some councils against each other. We've seen a very small amount of that here locally, but we haven't experienced what some others have. But thank you to Councillor Corlett for coming along. Also, just want to acknowledge, people will see that we are wearing daffodils for the Cancer Society for Daffodil Day. It is a very worthy cause to support, so I just wanted to acknowledge that. It is actually would have been my mother's birthday today, who passed away from cancer, so it's especially poignant for me, so just wanted to mention that. But that's all I have, unless anyone has any questions. Councillor Wallace.
With your permission, Your Worship, sadly, someone else that succumbed to cancer I went to a service on Monday, and for those people who don't know him, but he was a stalwart of our town. His name was Bruce Hooper Smith. He was a player coach for the Dannevirke High School. He took those boys from zero to heroes. And it was the biggest funeral I've ever attended in my life. But everyone that was in that room, and don't forget, this guy could have represented New Zealand both probably in rugby, in the All Blacks and in the All Whites. Amazing chap, but he was always there for his players. and he taught the youth to, you know, to go up to a person, shake their hand, look in their eyes, and everyone that spoke there was just, yeah, amazing. So I just want to recognise that. Thank you, Your Worship.
I appreciate that, Councillor Wallace. Thank you very much. As it was a verbal report. That concludes our public section of our meeting. We will briefly be moving into public excluded very briefly. Could I have someone move us in? Councillor Naylor, seconded by Councillor Corlett. Any discussion? All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Motion is carried. Thank you very much. We are now back in the public section. I think in a record time in public excluded, record short time, but that does bring us to the end of our meeting. Could I please ask Councillor Tuaka to close us out with a karakia?
Tēnā tātou, kia tau, kia tātou katoa, te atu whai o tō tātou arekia I hupurai ko te aroha o te atua, me te whiwhinga taitanga ki te warua tapu, ake, 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 āmeni.
Thank you all for your attendance.